basically trying to collect toll fees.
What's up, Skip?
I didn't realize Australia had an automatic defense system like this. I've noticed that in the many situations like this involving people and ducks, most people actually trip on their own rather than being knocked down by the ducks. What do you think this lizard was trying to do? If you see a deer moving quickly towards you, don't stand too close. Step back and avoid approaching it head on. Was that an otter?
It's just protecting its baby.
Oh! What kind of content would you like to see next? Leave a comment below so we can feature it in an upcoming video. This alligator, weighing around 300 pounds and measuring about 10 feet long, showed just how powerful it was, and moving it clearly required professional skill. Kangaroos are generally calm and usually avoid people. Even gentle animals can react unexpectedly if approached the wrong way, especially when food is involved. Your support means a lot, and Super Thanks is always there if you'd like to contribute a little extra.
You are not happy about me, are you?
I knew how you feel about Rick.
You have to give him credit. His reaction was even quicker than the rhino's speed.
What?
You want to see him? Yeah. Oh my God, Mommy, he's gonna kiss you.
I really want to know what that smell must have been like.
Is this your woman? I'm so
This looks exactly like me and my wife when we were newly married. Do you think the vehicle could keep its shape if an elephant sat on it? Maybe this little boy needs to learn how to share food with this big guy. An unexpected moment between humans and nature where everything can change very quickly. Respecting distance is always essential. The basketball court has officially become a playground for the baboons. Follow Map Nature Moments and keep exploring more of nature's most fascinating sights with us.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't think the Ranger's gonna like this, Yogi.
That chicken probably just wanted the girls' attention. Dolphins are known for being incredibly friendly animals, so encounters with them often bring a sense of peace and comfort. Swimming among sharks must feel surreal. Would you dare to experience something like this? Looking at these adorable lion cubs honestly gives me more motivation to go to work on a Monday morning.
Wow.
If you found these moments truly memorable, there's even more waiting for you on Map Nature Moments. Pick your next video and keep the journey going.
God, look at this guy. Oh my God.
The energy generated by lightning highlights the remarkable potential of natural phenomena in scientific research. Storm Eowyn passed through Glasgow, leaving visible impacts as strong winds damaged several structures. An umbrella was swept into the air by strong winds, creating an unexpected and slightly humorous moment. The scene raises questions about how prepared infrastructure is for ongoing environmental changes. The lack of barriers and warnings serves as a reminder of the importance of transportation safety.
Oh my god!
The situation shows that without proper control, impacts can spread more widely over time. Strong winds reaching about 60 miles per hour in Utah blew a waterfall upward, creating a rare visual phenomenon. A diver in the Maldives was fortunate to encounter a whale shark swimming calmly nearby. A large tortoise calmly crossed a busy street in Cape Town. Volcanic activity in Puna continued as lava moved across multiple areas, reshaping the surrounding landscape. The popular Lake Como tourist area experienced severe weather, dramatically changing its usual calm atmosphere.
Oh, shit.
A waterspout suddenly formed near residential areas in Pennsylvania, creating a rare sight in the sky. California faces multiple natural hazards, including rockfall risks that threaten roadway safety.
What's the deal?
Strong winds over Lake Michigan produced large waves and thick spray across the water's surface. Large waves slammed into the cliffs at Albany, creating a powerful coastal scene. A tornado passed through Keota, Iowa, rapidly changing the area's appearance. Typhoon Shanshan approached Japan, bringing heavy rain and increased flood risks along the coast. Rockslides in California covered roadways, forcing temporary traffic closures. No suitable content available for use. Strong waves and ground movement showed how unpredictable natural forces can be. Vivid auroras appeared over Alaska, creating a truly mesmerizing natural display. Hurricane Fiona caused significant damage to coastal structures. Lightning illuminated the night sky over Jackson, Mississippi, creating a dramatic scene. Severe weather in central Tennessee brought heavy rain and widespread flooding. A fire affected a church, damaging its roof and stained glass. If you find these moments remarkable, follow the channel for more upcoming content. A rotating funnel cloud formed over northwest Iowa, signaling unstable weather conditions. Powerful. Subscribe and turn on the notification bell to join me in discovering more unbelievable moments ahead. If this scene gave you goosebumps like it did for me, like the video and comment the number 10 to join Team Amazed. No suitable content available for use. Hurricane Ian impacted Florida, causing damage to several coastal structures. Lightning illuminated an entire stretch of sky, creating a powerful and striking natural moment. In a very short time, heavy snow blanketed the area, leaving the entire city covered in white. Storm Bar affected the UK coastline, with large waves repeatedly crashing against sea defenses under harsh conditions.
Oh my god! Oh my...
Powerful winds lifted rooftops and affected building structures, forcing people to quickly seek safety.
Holy...
A normally quiet street in Staffordshire was hit by strong winds, sending multiple vehicles sliding within moments. A bridge shook under unstable weather conditions, showing the strong influence of the surrounding environment. The moment left many viewers impressed by both the beauty and power of nature. An upside-down building near Bogota offered a surreal experience for visitors. A stunning natural landscape appeared, offering a sense of calm and inspiration. An alligator appeared on Myrtle Beach, prompting visitors to quickly move away from the area. Fast-moving mud flows swept through parts of Quito, highlighting natural risks in mountainous urban areas. A massive chunk of ice broke away and fell into the ocean, revealing a breathtaking natural spectacle. Hurricane Ian impacted Florida, causing damage to several coastal structures. Follow the channel to continue exploring more remarkable moments from nature. An unexpected incident occurred, showing how even a small trigger can lead to significant consequences. Mount Etna became highly active, creating a dramatic natural display watched by people around the world. A massive mud flow crossed the Quibdó-Medellin route, disrupting traffic throughout the area.
Wow. You can see the upper part?
Floodwaters in the Grand Canyon carried rocks and trees, noticeably altering the natural landscape. No suitable content available for use. Follow the channel to stay updated on more noteworthy moments ahead. A rockslide occurred on a Colorado highway, severely impacting traffic flow. Part of a cliff in Dorset collapsed into the sea, highlighting ongoing coastal erosion. Powerful waves surged onto Oahu's shoreline, prompting people to move farther inland. No suitable content available for use.
That was awesome.
A rhinoceros unexpectedly appeared on city streets after leaving its enclosure. A massive whale suddenly breached near a boat, creating a stunning ocean moment. Large hail was recorded in Newville, causing localized flooding on several roads. Wildfires spread rapidly as emergency crews worked to contain the situation. A landslide in Nova Scotia cracked and collapsed sections of roadway.
So it's already gone.
A storm chaser recorded footage from inside Hurricane Idalia for research purposes.
I took a video of this.
Kilauea volcano became highly active, producing a dramatic natural display. Storm Milton lit up the skies over Yucatan with frequent lightning. Heavy rain and strong winds affected large areas of Florida as Storm Milton passed through. Residents in Singapore observed a waterspout forming offshore near East Coast Park. Thick storm clouds gathered over western Sun City, Arizona. Lava flowed from an Icelandic volcano, creating a vivid yet hazardous landscape. Security cameras captured an EF3 tornado passing through a school area in Kansas. Don't just watch Drop a Like and share your real feelings in the comments below. I'd love to hear what you think. Powerful waves surged onto Oahu's shoreline, prompting people to move farther inland. No suitable content available for use.
That was awesome.
The ocean turns into a massive arena where human scale feels small against nature's strength. Security footage captures a chilling scene as flashing lights, dust, and a collapsing school unfold in seconds. A sudden explosion at Santiago Station causes brief panic, underscoring public safety importance.
You realised what was behind it when you went to play golf?
A dangerous snake is found hidden inside a shoe, narrowly avoided thanks to quick action.
Hopefully it's okay.
Fast-moving mud flows swept through parts of Quito, highlighting natural risks in mountainous urban areas. Greece's fairy tale coastlines reveal how fragile beauty can be under extreme conditions. An unexpected incident occurred, showing how even a small trigger can lead to significant consequences. Heavy rain breaks a drainage system at Ruth Lake, releasing a powerful rush of water. Heavy rain collapses a bridge in Alabama as muddy water rushes through. Typhoon Shanshan approached Japan, bringing heavy rain and increased flood risks along the coast. Wildfire spread rapidly as emergency crews worked to contain the situation.
Look at that. There was two.
A massive waterspout spins offshore near Florida, both intimidating and awe-inspiring.
And then they came together as one.
Massive ice floes drift along a river in Ukraine, quiet yet mesmerizing. A massive whale suddenly breached near a boat, creating a stunning ocean moment. Strong winds over Lake Michigan produced large waves and thick spray across the water's surface. Lightning flashes, thunder roars, and a swirling storm dominates the skies over Iowa. The gym door seems to say workout over, forcing an unexpected change of plans. In a tense moment, a driver in New Zealand reacts instantly, narrowly avoiding a wind-blown mobile home.
There we go.
A moment so intense, words aren't even necessary. A loyal dog senses danger and helps save its owner in a critical moment. A fire affected a church, damaging its roof and stained glass. A rare and alarming moment in a crowded park highlights the importance of electrical safety. Capybaras casually wander through a luxury neighborhood in Buenos Aires, amusing everyone. When fire meets water, nature creates a dramatic display of steam smoke and glowing lava. Hurricane Ian impacted Florida, causing damage to several coastal structures. A hillside collapses, carrying trees, vehicles, and debris down into the streets below. A peaceful garden suddenly becomes the stage for a flying trampoline surprise. Floodwaters in the Grand Canyon carried rocks and trees, noticeably altering the natural landscape.
That's massive.
Thick storm clouds gathered over western Sun City, Arizona.
Massive.
Hey, let's go north.
We got it, guys.
Lightning strikes near Disney World, turning a familiar place into a surreal scene.
Oh man, how is still there?
The ground suddenly collapses into the sea near a pub in Cork, causing panic nearby. Floodwaters in the Grand Canyon carried rocks and trees, noticeably altering the natural landscape. Rough seas off New Hampshire send towering waves crashing ashore, prompting safety warnings. A towering waterspout forms offshore near Panama City, encouraging safe distances at sea. An upside-down building near Bogota offered a surreal experience for visitors.
Oh man, how is still there?
The ground suddenly collapses into the sea near a pub in Cork, causing panic nearby. A giant ice mass fractures in a valley, sending cold waves across the lake. If these moments feel unreal, like and subscribe so you don't miss the next video. If you find these moments remarkable, follow the channel for more upcoming content. Drone footage captures lava flowing like a river of fire across the land. If this scene gave you chills, like the video and leave a comment. A rare and alarming moment in a crowded park highlights the importance of electrical safety.
Holy! That going
Out of nowhere, a tornado lifts a vehicle into the air, revealing the astonishing force of the wind.
What the?
A very unlucky day for this driver, as plans unravel faster than expected.
Okay, bye.
Well, I'm Dylan.
In familiar Kansas, an invisible force slowly takes shape through a wall of dust.
What is your cup? It's over there?
The lack of barriers and warnings serves as a reminder of the importance of transportation safety.
We just watched that fall.
Strong winds and heavy rain hit Tampa as a storm approaches.
That's on a house.
Over 641,000 sea turtles emerge on an Indian beach to nest a rare, peaceful migration. Don't just watch, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments. A waterspout suddenly formed near residential areas in Pennsylvania, creating a rare... Nature shows its force as an entire cliff face collapses in seconds. Like Iguazu, where Victoria Falls floodwaters pour into a subway station, shocking the city. Strong winds over Lake Michigan produced large waves and thick spray across the water's surface. Follow the channel to stay updated on more noteworthy moments ahead. Storm Nicole passes through Florida, damaging coastal structures and reinforcing preparedness lessons. During its 11th episode, Kilauea sends lava more than 200 feet into the air.
We're getting a tornado. Anthony!
A tornado damages around 300 homes in Monroe, though residents had evacuated earlier. A dam releases massive volumes of water, creating powerful downstream currents. Heavy rain breaks a drainage system at Ruth Lake, releasing a powerful rush of water. A sudden lightning strike crashes down like a cannon from the sky, freezing everything in a split second.
Oh my goodness! Oh!
An umbrella was swept into the air by strong winds, creating an unexpected and slightly humid...
Oh! Wow!
Storm Fiona strikes Canada's coast with strong winds and waves, leaving clear warnings behind. A large tortoise calmly crossed a busy street in Cape Town. A high school roof in France is lifted into the air by Storm Frederica, moving like paper in the wind. Strong winds push a waterfall in Wales backward, creating a rare and striking sight. Heavy hail falls over Guangzhou, denting cars and rooftops as residents rush for shelter. In the Dallas-Fort Worth area, lightning strikes a rooftop, reminding us of the sky's power. If this moment gave you chills, leave a like and comment to share the feeling. solar eclipse paints the sky orange over Chile, creating a magical natural moment.
Not get by some RFD underneath the little.
Storm chasers in South Dakota push forward despite extreme wind conditions. Stacked rocks along Lake Superior resonate with the wind and waves, creating eerie tones. An upside-down building near Bogota offered a surreal experience for visitors. If this moment gave you chills, leave a like and comment to share the feeling. A trip ends in an unexpected overnight stay, just a different kind of adventure.
Before humans ever walked the earth, a deadly battle was fought out each day between hunters and the hunted, between predators and their prey.
These would have been terrifying animals.
Tyrannosaurs who hunted in packs. The monster lizard with venom in its jaws. And the giant shark weighing up to 100 tons.
What did they eat? Probably whatever it wanted to.
But which is the deadliest predator of all time? We'll travel the world to uncover new evidence.
I'm sitting in front of a sandstone block that contains within it bones of the T-Rex.
We'll discover the remains of a giant sea monster.
Megalodon had to be fiercest predator ever.
And we'll put theories about these mighty predators to the test. So get ready to meet the 10 deadliest predators that have ever roamed the earth. Analyzing the 10 ultimate predators that have ever lived, we'll be using the size of their prey as the measure of how deadly they were. And first up, this giant aquatic scorpion, almost 3 feet long, was one of the first predators ever to emerge on planet Earth. The primeval oceans teemed with many different species of scorpion-like creatures. The largest sea scorpions, or eurypterids, reached more than 7 feet long, 1,000 times the weight of the largest scorpion alive today. And research indicates that eurypterids like to devour members of their own species, taking down prey weighing maybe 180 pounds. Creatures like these are among the oldest on record, almost 500 million years old. That's way before the first dinosaurs had even evolved. And almost 400 million years before T-Rex appeared. One of the best places in the world to find them today is on a remote hillside, 200 miles north of New York City, outside the village of Ilium.
Oh, we have another dish right here.
A self-taught paleontologist, Alan Lang has spent 40 years developing a special technique for finding sea scorpion fossils.
These are quite rare, and it took me over a year to find my first one. So the only really way to do it is have mass volumes of rock out and weathering. Otherwise, it's just impossible.
Lang's passion for the fossils led him to buy 135 acres of land here. Then excavate thousands of tons of rock, which he hopes contains ancient sea scorpions.
The whole principle is we have to let it sit out in the sun and the snow, and it will start to come apart.
Experience tells him that one particular block is worth investigating further.
Okay. At all costs, protect your fingers. Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. Beautiful head. A nearly complete one. Probably 4 inches long. Nice specimen, nice color.
Sea scorpions ranged in size, from miniature to monster. One of the largest is known as Pterygotus. Lang's prize specimen measures over 5 feet long. What puzzles some researchers is how sea scorpions were able to crunch through their well-armored prey. A modern-day scorpion may provide the answer.
So this is a desert hairy scorpion, and she's absolutely beautiful. If you look closely on the claws and on the sting, they've all got really dark tips to them.
Those dark tips could be a clue to one of the sea scorpion's secrets. Paleobiologist David Marshall is going to analyze the components of a modern-day scorpion's weapons.
Well, we managed to get a scorpion exoskeleton, and we took the teeth from that and we put it in the microscope. You can see here that we've got the teeth of the scorpion, and all of the teeth are white, which means that they're made out of a heavier element. So we've got a spectrum here which shows all the different elements. And if you look at the teeth, what you can see is that there's a little spike of zinc here.
It turns out that the claws have metal in them. This concentration of zinc in the claws is a natural process, which evolved over time to make modern scorpions more efficient predators. So could this also be the secret to how ancient sea scorpions became such deadly hunters? Marshall believes there are important clues in fossils like these.
The tips of each of these spikes, they're actually black. And so that really caught my interest. Why is it just the tips that are black? I think that that is probably because they contain metal.
His theory is not yet proven beyond doubt. But he's enlisted the help of a blacksmith to investigate just how those metal-tipped claws may have worked. Just as a scorpion's claw has both hard and softer components, a sword blade must be carefully crafted so that a single piece of metal has 2 distinct characteristics. A hard outer skin to cut with, yet a softer interior, so that the sword flexes without breaking. At his forge, in the heart of the English countryside, the blacksmith will make 2 steel sword blades. Both will be identical to the naked eye, but one will be given a specially hardened cutting edge, just like the scorpion's claw. It's a process known as case hardening, where the outer surface is coated with a compound that increases the carbon content, and therefore the hardness of the steel blade.
Adding carbon to metal increases its strength, and so too does adding metal to the cuticle of arthropods changes their material properties.
Put the hard skin onto what would be a soft piece of metal. And on the case hardened area, just glides straight off. It's absolutely solid. First we've got our mild steel blade. We'll see how it performs against a piece of oak and see if the blade sustains any damage. Straight away you can see we've lost the edge, we've significantly dulled the edge.
prolonged use of the blade against this piece of wood would severely damage the edge. Now we'll see how the case hardened blade compares.
The sword is as sharp as ever because of that hardened outer skin. But how well can it slice through flesh, like a hungry sea scorpion had to do?
Now we've made our hardened blade, all we've got to do is really test it. I'm going to do that on this piece of meat.
Once the sea scorpion had penetrated the outer shell of its prey, it would have made short work of the flesh inside. And so these aquatic monsters, possibly armed with metal-reinforced claws, like today's modern scorpions, were the world's first large predators.
You've got to think that these things could get up to about 7 or 8 foot. They pretty much could eat whatever they wanted to.
The biggest sea scorpions fed on smaller specimens weighing up to 180 pounds. But up next, the giant bird that could have eaten them for breakfast. Charging around at 30 miles per hour with 4-inch talons and a giant hatchet for a head. At number 9, it's a creature every bit as scary as it sounds. The terror bird. Clues to these ferocious fowl can be found in the Sunshine State of Florida. These bones were discovered in the Santa Fe River near Gainesville in the 1960s. They might not look particularly special, but to Irv Quitmeyer of the Florida Museum of Natural History, they reveal something extraordinary.
This is something that's very, very large. You've got this big claw-shaped thing. Because the bones had various landmarks, they recognized that it was this giant terror bird.
Scientists called this North American terror bird Titanus, and it's easy to see why. Standing over 8 feet high, Titanus was the height of an ostrich. Its beak was 18 times larger than a golden eagle's and connected to a head the size of a horse's. And speaking of horses, that's what scientists suspect this giant bird was hunting. Short, prehistoric horses weighing up to 350 pounds. The predators of horses today, like bears and mountain lions, kill using their powerful jaws and forelimbs. Features the terror bird was lacking. So how did this bird actually kill a horse? Being too heavy to fly, it needed its clawed feet to get around. So the hunting weapon had to be its huge hatchet-shaped beak. Only fragments of Titanus' skull have been found, but by scanning the more complete skulls of its relatives and using a cutting-edge technique called finite element analysis, zoologist Stephen Rowe has been able to determine exactly how the terror bird's killer beak was deployed.
You can apply different loads and forces and predict with a high degree of accuracy how the skull would have behaved and performed relative to other bird skulls.
When Rowe subjects the skull to twisting or biting forces, like a modern eagle might do, it lights up pink and red, indicating that it's under extreme stress.
The skull is surprisingly fragile. So if you try and twist the beak or hold something in the beak and shake it from side to side, this beak is going to break.
But when forces are applied up and down in a stabbing motion, the skull remains blue, indicating it's handling the force with minimal stress.
Our results are telling us that this beak is a precision instrument. This is really well adapted for one particular behavior, and that is driving the beak down into the prey in a hatchet-like fashion.
And to ensure that each blow was as deadly as possible, the force of the terror bird's strike was focused onto a tiny area at the tip of the beak. This dramatically increased the impact pressure, a principle simply illustrated with a claw hammer. A swing from the blunt end generates a pressure on impact of around 200 pounds per square inch.
There's been very little effect, and the hammer has not penetrated the flesh.
But when the same force is applied over a tiny area, like in the terrorbird's beak, the impact pressure rises from 200 to 20,000 pounds per square inch.
Even though the force is the same, the pressure is 100 times higher, and that's because we're focusing that force onto a much tighter area. The result is deep penetrating damage and serious injury.
Rowe estimates the terrorbird's axe-like beak would have slashed into the flesh of a horse with 5 times the force of a hammer. But to deliver this deadly blow, it needed to get alongside its prey. And given that horses were at the time and remain one of the fastest and most agile creatures in America, that was a challenge. But paleontologist Larry Whitmer believes the terrorbird had an amazing adaptation that allowed it to chase down these athletic creatures.
With the wizardry of CT scan data, by making the skull transparent, we can then zoom in on the brain and start to see features that relate to its sensory capabilities.
For a flightless bird, one sense in particular stands out as unusually developed.
The structure in red is the inner ear. And we think about the ear associated being with hearing, but it's also associated with the sense of balance.
Having a good sense of balance is particularly important for a group of predators alive today. Pursuit predators like cheetahs. Thanks to their inner ear, cheetahs can keep their heads still and prey in their sights while traveling at up to 60 miles per hour.
We can see that these animals actually have gyroscopes in their head, much like we see on cruise missiles or even on a Steadicam, to keep the image fixed on the retina.
When a cheetah moves its head, fluid within the canals of its inner ear is displaced. This sends information about the position of the head to the eye muscles. The eye muscles then make compensating movements like a gyroscope to ensure that the eyeball remains stable. And therefore, the image on the retina is also stable. Since Titanus's inner ear is almost identical to that of a cheetah, Larry suspects it worked the same way when chasing horses.
It's a really remarkably sophisticated system that allows these animals to be really finely attuned predators.
But to find out just how important this visual stabilizing system was to Titanus's hunting success, Larry has devised a little experiment. Using these 2 cameras, one with a stabilizing mount and one without, he's able to recreate what a terrorbird would see with and without its inner ear.
So what we've got here is just a regular camera without any kind of image stabilization system at all. What we've got over here is another camera that actually has something like a gyroscope in it, like we sort of envision within the inner ear of these terrorbirds. And so hopefully a comparison of these 2 systems will give us a glimpse what was going inside the head of this bird millions of years ago.
The bullseye on the back of this biker is going to be the prey our terrorbird is trying to track. The chase gets underway. And despite being attached to the same handlebars, the image from the 2 cameras is radically different.
The image is coming out of the non-stabilized camera, and I can barely catch what's going on here. It's actually kind of making me ill. But if I switch over to the stabilized camera, it's amazing.
This is what a terrorbird would see.
You can see how the predator is going to really keep it right within the crosshairs.
Once it spotted a horse, this terrifying bird used its inner ear to home in on it with deadly precision. Then, slashing his blade of a beak through the nerves and arteries of the neck.
These would have been terrifying, terrifying animals.
This killer bird butchered horses weighing up to 350 pounds. But up next is the cannibal fish, with a taste for even bigger prey. Cage diving, getting up close and personal with the most notorious modern-day predator, can be an unnerving experience. 1 ton of great white shark makes quite an impression. But just imagine, 360 million years ago, encountering a beast twice as long, over 3 times as heavy, and with jaws like a razor-sharp guillotine. Meet Dunkleosteus, maybe the fiercest fish that ever lived. At more than 25 feet, a full-grown Dunkleosteus was almost as long as a London bus, and at over 3 tons, twice the weight of a compact automobile. And it was very likely a cannibal too, preying on smaller specimens, weighing maybe 400 pounds. With his ferocious appetite, Dunkleosteus remained top of the food chain for some 20 million years. Paleontologist Lee Hall and his colleague Amanda McGee are going back to the very spot where Dunkleosteus once reigned supreme. In Cleveland, Ohio, shale beds host the biggest and best Dunkleosteus fossils ever found.
This is where Dunkleosteus comes from. These rocks are 358 million years old, and they record an ocean bottom environment when North America was flooded by an inland sea. This area would have been buried under 200 to 300 feet of seawater. So what you're seeing in this 100-foot high cliff are the progressive pileups of sediment that occurred from the bottom of the seabed over a third of a billion years ago. Sometimes on one side of these nodules you'll find Dunkleosteus bone. So it's worth checking them out when you find them.
Dunkleosteus was truly a killing machine, with jaws so powerful, nothing could withstand them.
Whatever Dunkleosteus could get its mouth around, it could have for dinner, and other Dunkleosteus were no exception.
So let's revisit our imaginary cage divers, about to look death in the face.
Although Dunkleosteus looks very big and the bones are very heavy, it was a very fast biter. The time it took for the jaws to open and then to close again around a prey item was 50 to 60 milliseconds.
Those massive jaws opened and shut in less than half the time it takes to blink your eye. Here it is, slowed down 30 times. And here it is, in real time. An incredible feat. But why so fast? A researcher who studied how these lionfish feed thinks he may have the answer.
What's happening is they're opening their mouths as wide as they can, as quickly as they can. This creates suction pressure that actually causes water from outside to flow into the mouth. And anything in that water, in this case, these small pieces of fish being thrown in, are brought in with it. So in a lot of ways, Dunkleosteus had almost a prototype version of suction feeding. Now what we're going to do is actually slow down what we were just talking about to see what the actual suction feeding looks like. So in this video, which is taken with a high-speed video camera and then slow down so we can see as the fish approaches its prey item, you see that unfolding of the jaws. The food item almost seems to fly right into its mouth, and that's the suction pressure being generated by that great increase in volume within its throat.
Researchers have discovered another remarkable weapon in this beast's armory. Jaws that could actually sharpen themselves.
Every time Dunkleosteus would open and close its jaws, the jaw blades would occlude where they would rough together. What that did is essentially create a cutting surface very similar to what you see in scissors or gardening shears. They were also extremely powerful. Along the jaw blades, forces were generated, equivalent to approximately 1,600 foot-pounds of force, or almost dropping a small car onto the jaws.
This machine has jaws very similar to Dunkleosteus, just a lot slower. And here's how well it can bite.
There are some principles at work here that can tell us a little something about the animal. In particular, if you want to chop something like, say, these metal I-beams, you don't want to do it with a straight blade coming straight down. That's very inefficient. You want to, at the very least, have that blade angled, so you're not just chopping, you're slicing. This is why French guillotines are angled. But even better than having a single angled blade is to have two angled blades and bring them together in a shearing action. And that's what you're seeing here. Dunkleosteus worked on a similar principle. These heavy-set jaws had these long bladed edges along them. And those bladed edges, when it bit, came down at an angle that allowed it to shear through pretty much any kind of prey that it might want to eat.
And evidence recovered from these shale beds proves how vicious this beast could be.
The bone that I'm holding is a cheekbone of a Dunkleosteus. What you're looking at are bite marks, long gouges that crisscross the surface of the bone. And the only other fish large enough to do this kind of damage is Dunkleosteus.
Evidence that Dunkleosteus was truly a cannibal. Cruising the seas 360 million years ago, nothing was safe from this creature with jaws like a guillotine, which snapped open and shut in less than the blink of an eye. Whatever it encountered was a potential meal. And that included smaller members of the same species. With jaws only designed for crushing and slicing, Dunkleosteus couldn't chew its prey, but instead swallowed chunks whole. Once it had digested the nutrients, it probably just spat out the rest, including perhaps that deeply scarred cheekbone. The cannibalistic Dunkleosteus feasted on youngsters weighing 400 pounds. But in the seventh spot is a ferocious feline with an even larger appetite. It's one of the most iconic predators from prehistory, the saber-toothed cat, or Smilodon. With teeth 8 inches long, Smilodon was the top predator in the Americas for more than 1 million years. The last known specimen died out only 13,000 years ago. A little after the time that human beings are thought to have arrived in North America. Measuring 5 feet long, 3 feet high, and around 440 pounds, Smilodon was smaller than a modern-day lion. Those canine teeth could grow to 8 inches long. Smilodon could slaughter prey 3 times its size, as big as a 1,400-pound bison. The fossil record shows that one of Smilodon's favorite hunting grounds was Los Angeles. Meeting a hungry Smilodon would have been a terrifying experience, then and now. Still today, just north of LA's Wilshire Boulevard, the La Brea tar pits provide a fascinating record of this predator's lifestyle. Liquid asphalt oozes from the ground, just like it did when Smilodon hunted here.
This is one of our tar pits, and you can see it's a good example of just how sticky this tar is. You can poke all the way down into there, and if you pull it out, you can see it's quite sort of like taffy. It's quite sticky. That.
The watering hole next to the tar pits proved a fatal attraction for countless prehistoric animals who came to drink, but were then trapped to experience a lingering death.
You were, say, a large giant sloth that saw these nice trees here and was looking for a tasty snack. You wander over to get close to the trees, and you happen to step on what appears to be solid ground. It actually is quite soft. And if I wait a bit more, then I would instantly become stuck.
Helpless prey animals would have seemed like a gift to a hungry Smilodon, until they became stuck too. Tens of thousands of Smilodon remains have been cataloged and are now allowing researchers to piece together the predator's remarkable hunting technique. It turns out to be very different from the big cats alive today. A modern-day lion uses its much shorter teeth to clench around its victim's neck.
When a big cat, like a lion, takes out big prey, it has to suffocate. It is a long, drawn-out, dangerous process. It can take 10, maybe even 15 minutes.
The fossil evidence reveals that Smilodon didn't use its teeth to catch its prey, only to kill it. That's because those signature fangs were also its potential weak spot. The creature's name comes from the Greek for scalpel, fine for stabbing into meat, but snapping as soon as you twist.
So we have an individual that's actually broken off one of its sabers. You can see how really narrow they are in this direction. And so it would be quite easy if, say, its tooth was sunk into, say, the neck of an animal, and the animal were to twist its neck. It could very easily have snapped off that tooth.
So how did Smilodon use those fearsome fangs? Researchers have pieced together the fossil evidence to paint a remarkable picture of how Smilodon actually killed its prey. Once Smilodon had wrestled its prey to the ground, it took just moments to dispatch it with scientific precision. Within seconds, those jaws could open to 120 degrees, while the prey was held firmly on the ground. The fangs were serrated on the inner side to help cut through flesh. But instead of tearing or ripping, those canines were designed for a different job: to stab. The big cat would take aim at the most vulnerable spot of its helpless prey.
It may have busted open the windpipe, or it may have busted open major blood vessels. Either way, it's going to get a quick kill. This is fundamentally what the saber-tooth design is about. This is the big advantage. It can take out large animals and kill them quickly.
Smilodon needed hugely powerful front legs to succeed in this killing technique.
This is a modern lion humerus. The humerus is this bone that goes from your shoulder to your elbow. You can see, I mean, it's a pretty big bone. But then if you take a Smilodon humerus and hold it up, you can see, while they're pretty similar in length, the Smilodon bone is almost twice as big. It's extremely robust. It's got very large muscle attachments here, and the crests here, and it's 3 times as heavy as the lion bone.
It also has very large dew claws, effectively the claw on the thumb. It's like a grappling hook. So Smilodon was built to get up close, grapple with a big dangerous animal, and then twist it, wrestle it to the ground.
Without the massive forelimbs and dagger-like canines that Smilodon possessed, a modern-day lion has to cling on to its prey, hoping it will weaken sufficiently to allow the deadly, suffocating bite. The fossil evidence of teeth and leg bones paints a vivid picture of a highly sophisticated killing technique. Using its muscles in conjunction with those deadly but vulnerable fangs, Smilodon was able to terrorize the Americas for over 1 million years. But while Smilodon was hunting 1,400-pound bison, the next creature on our list was hunting something even bigger. And it's still alive today. At number 6, say hello to the largest predator on Earth, the sperm whale. We think of them as gentle giants, but these submarine-sized mammals are actually deadly hunters. Many bear the scars of violent clashes with dangerous prey, 10 times the size of a human. Since they stalk their prey a mile beneath the surface, witnessing an actual kill is impossible. So, in New Bedford, Massachusetts, Bob Roca has been piecing together clues to how sperm whales hunt from their bones.
We have this fantastic animal here. I would say this is an athletic, especially to be able to get to be, like he is, 48 feet, about 14 and a half meters long. You don't get that big unless you're a good hunter.
Approaching 60 tons, an adult sperm whale weighs more than a Boeing 737. Its head is the size of a minibus and has a jaw packed with 10-inch teeth, some as wide as a man's arm. Ideal for keeping hold of its enormous prey, colossal squid, weighing up to 1,600 pounds. The length of a school bus with 2-inch suckers and a razor-sharp beak. Colossal squid are one of the most formidable predators in the ocean today. And as there is no natural light a mile beneath the surface, sperm whales are hunting them blind. So how do they find a colossal squid in the dark? Bob Roca believes the secret lies inside their enormous head.
The obvious thing, of course, is this giant rectangular block of a head, which the whale would use for making sound.
So just like bats, sperm whales track down prey using pulses of sound. First, they force air from their right nostril through 2 muscular clappers at the end of their head. As the 2 muscles slap closed, they make a loud click. These clicks travel out of the head, through the water, and bounce off prey like an echo. When the echo returns to the whale, it carries information about where a squid is located.
Their ability to use their echolocation to find their food and get right up to it and swallow it whole is just so precise.
But most animals can only echolocate over a few yards. So how does a sperm whale find a colossal squid in the middle of the ocean? Biologist Patrick Miller is on a mission to find out. He's come to northern Norway, where sperm whales migrate every summer to hunt. To understand how exactly it uses sound to hunt, Miller is going to attach an acoustic and motion sensor directly to a whale. But first, he needs to find one. Sperm whales breathe air, so using this underwater microphone, Miller can pick up on whales coming to the surface to catch their breath. After holding it for for up to 90 minutes.
Right now I'm hearing a good clicking wail just off the side of the boat. So we must be close. Let's go just a half mile for the next run.
The team gets into position.
Hopefully we're very close to it when it comes up to breathe.
A whale will catch its breath at the surface for just 10 minutes before beginning the mile-deep commute back to its hunting ground. With a moving target like this, the team only has one shot, and the clock is ticking. Got it. The tag is on. As the whale heads down for another hunt, Miller heads back to base. And as the data comes in, it reveals something extraordinary about the whale clicks.
It's roughly 234 decibels peak to peak. If you were right next to it, it would probably deafen.
In fact, it's the loudest sound in the animal kingdom. These booming sound pulses act like a flashlight in the dark of the deep sea, enabling sperm whales to detect colossal squid up to 1,500 feet away. The squid's basic hearing system is unable to detect the whale's high-frequency clicks, leaving it totally unaware of the approaching danger. This allows the sperm whale to launch the perfect attack. With prey this big and this dangerous, there's no margin for error. But there is one other creature these giant predators are known to attack that's even bigger. Each other. Marine biologist Ryan Johnson believes male sperm whales use their heads as battering rams when fighting over females. And while studying them off the coast of Mexico, he discovered just how powerful a headbutt from one of these giants can be.
There was these three really big male sperm whales, and they had set up a triangle. So perhaps naively, we sort of steamed into the middle of them to get a closer look. And the big male closest to us turned and started swimming directly to us. When it was about 2 or 3 meters away, I let out the alarm, this is going to hit, hold on. And you've got 18 meters fully grown male sperm whale hitting a 6-meter boat. And it obviously knocked us all over, and the boat lifted up and the sperm whale continued on straight underneath us.
Historical records from the 19th century also tell of sperm whales ramming and sinking ships. These eyewitness accounts were the inspiration for the legend of Moby Dick, and describe sperm whales sinking ships 5 times their own body weight. Anatomist Olga Panagiatopoulou has been investigating these extraordinary claims.
We have 2 documented accounts of male sperm whales ramming with their forehead and sinking massive whale ships. But there may be many more out there, but nobody lived to tell the tale.
So just how much force is involved in a headbutt from one of these ocean juggernauts? Using the latest engineering software, Olga estimates that 2 sperm whales can ram into each other with a force of 100 wrecking balls and live to tell the tale. Or, to put it another way,
it's like a 40-ton tank traveling at 14 miles per hour, bulldozing into something.
To see how much damage that kind of force is capable of, we've got a hold of this.
This is a Russian tank, a true killing machine. It's designed to charge across the battlefield, much the way that a sperm whale would in the ocean.
At 40 tons, this tank is well within the weight of an adult sperm whale. With a top speed of 25 miles per hour, it's also a match for the maximum speed of a whale. And in place of our whaling ship or rival sperm whale, we've got this trailer. Let the ramming commence.
absolutely annihilated something. Okay, it's not a boat in an ocean, but it's in a sea of long grass. And let's face it, if I was in that boat and a sperm whale was coming at me, I'd try and get in the other direction as fast as I possibly could.
If a whale rammed a wooden ship, then this is the damage it could do. Add the most powerful sonar system in the animal kingdom to this biological battering ram, and you have one of the most effective predators in history. And so we've hit the halfway mark in this countdown of the deadliest creatures ever. Ruling vast swathes of time over nearly 500 million years. We've encountered the giant scorpions, who fought for supremacy on the ocean bed. The aptly named terror bird, Titanus, who homed in on his prey with the deadly aim of a cruise missile. Way back in time once again, Dunkleosteus, with self-sharpening jaws like a massive guillotine. The saber-toothed Smilodon, who could wrestle, then stab its much larger prey to administer death in an instant. And still with us today, the massive sperm whale, hunting down giant squid and even ocean-going ships. But if you thought they were a deadly bunch, wait till you hear about the top 5 predators in history. Our next predator terrorized the oceans and reigned supreme for around 50 million years. Meet the pliosaur. With teeth specially evolved to tear through flesh, swimming into the 5th spot. These incredible creatures could grow to 45 feet long, the length of a Navy patrol boat. And these giants weighed in at around 10 tons, the same as a herd of a dozen cattle. A full-grown pliosaur would prey on other sea reptiles, weighing up to 2 tons at a time. Much of our knowledge of the pliosaur comes from a remarkable discovery made here in Dorset, the south coast of England. It's known as the Jurassic Coast because of the huge number of fossils here. Around 155 million years ago, a huge pliosaur swam right here. It had teeth, ready to tear into anything it encountered. Its head alone was 8 feet long from front to back. And this incredible specimen was discovered by an amateur fossil hunter, strolling one day along this beach.
I found a piece actually sticking out of the clay, which is like a ball and socket joint, so I knew it was some kind of hinge, just sticking out. I had that kind of luck. What's so special about it? It's the biggest one ever found. It was seriously massive. I think they reckon it would have been between 9 and 10 tons.
Paleontologists from all over the world have since made a pilgrimage to the nearby museum, which houses the specimen. Dr. Judith Sassoon is keen to examine this monster reptile.
Isn't it beautiful? It is wonderful. There's a stark contrast between the teeth towards the front of the jaw and towards the back. And the ones at the front are banana-shaped and clearly very, very sharp. Whereas the ones towards the back are really smaller and hook-shaped, like hooked ratchets. And what this does is that the front of the jaw is used for the initial capture and bite. After the prey has been captured at the front, the pliosaur will work its way back until it's at about this position. And here the ratchet teeth prevent the prey from getting out if it's still alive. And here the pliosaur can shut its jaws and offer it that killing bite.
For a pliosaur, food meant other giant reptiles. The fabled Loch Ness Monster has been likened to this creature, the similar-sounding plesiosaur. But evidence suggests even Nessie would have been lunch for the larger predator. These plesiosaur bones bear the marks of a titanic fight to the death.
right here and here, they seem to be scars and indentations equivalent to what might be expected if a pliosaur tooth struck at that bone. So what we might be looking at here is bite marks from a pliosaur on a plesiosaur.
Some experts believe that these teeth had evolved an extraordinary feature, so the pliosaur could feed even more ferociously.
You can see that the outer edge is smooth, whereas the edge pointing more inwards is deeply striated. Now these striations have been proposed to be blood grooves to facilitate the withdrawal of the tooth from the prey when it is in the killing mode.
As the pliosaur plunged those teeth into its victim's flesh, it risked getting them stuck because of the suction effect. But some researchers believe those grooves helped reduce suction and made the pliosaur an even deadlier predator.
Once the tooth plunges into the prey item's flesh, these grooves allow blood to pass out and air to pass in, which means extracting it again is much more simple. It would reduce suction to such a degree that it would allow the pliosaur to bite its prey very rapidly in quick succession, killing it as quickly as possible.
The pliosaur's method of reducing suction when biting worked exactly the same way that rescuers use today when someone's trapped in mud or quicksand. To break the suction, they have a tool called a mud lance.
Fuses compressed air through the lance out through some holes in the end, which goes underneath the person's foot, forcing air up from beneath the foot, past the leg, allowing that suction to be broken.
The pliosaur teeth use those blood grooves to allow air and liquid to flow freely. This tool aims to achieve exactly the same effect in breaking the suction barrier.
Imagine this mud is the victim of a pliosaur attack. What's happening as the tooth plunges into the mud is the ridges are allowing blood out and air in, so the tooth can be easily removed and then stabbed back in again very quickly.
The technique, evolved by the pliosaur 150 million years ago, still works today. Thanks to the mud lance, this person could have been brought to safety before the incoming tide claimed another victim. The pliosaur's four flippers are believed to have given it very rapid acceleration and indicate it probably functioned as an ambush predator. Getting close and undetected, then striking in a split second. And so with teeth specially designed to create maximum carnage, that's the pliosaur. Pliosaurs ruled the ocean, taking out prey anything up to 2 tons at a time. But the next predator on our list killed even bigger prey with a unique secret weapon. At number 4 is the largest lizard ever to walk the earth, Megalania. An 18-foot giant that terrorized Australia 50,000 years ago. The evidence for this beast can be found in Queensland, in the city of Brisbane. Here in the storerooms of the Queensland Museum, Dr. Scott Hocknell has been piecing together the clues to this monster lizard.
Here we have the skull of the world's largest living lizard, the Komodo dragon. You can see its razor-sharp teeth. To give you an idea of how Megalania was, this is actually the skull of Megalania. Compare its teeth, compare the size. It was absolutely enormous.
And with jaws like this, you don't need a PhD to know it was designed to kill.
Megalania teeth are recurved,
like hooks. So when they jab into the flesh, they don't come out very easily.
In addition to the razor-sharp teeth, the skull bones of Megalania are fused together, reinforcing it, and the tip of the snout is tilted upward like a crocodile's.
This upturned snout allows Megalania to grab onto its prey and, using like a vice grip, keep a hold of its prey. So the only way the prey can get away is by losing a huge chunk of flesh. The common name for this animal is Megalania, which means giant ripper, and it really can't suit this animal anymore.
Weighing 1,300 pounds, this giant ripper was 6 times heavier than the largest lizard alive today, the Komodo dragon. With a gape of over a foot, it could rip out chunks of flesh the size of beach balls from its victims. And a bite like that comes in handy when your prey is Diprotodon, a rhino-sized marsupial weighing over 2.5 tons. But it takes more than just sharp teeth to catch an animal 5 times your own body weight. Herpetologist Brian Fry believes a clue to Megalania's hunting success lies in looking at his living relatives.
So this is a monitor lizard. It's a relative of Megalania. As you can see, these animals are absolute machines. The claws are like the talons of an eagle, large ears for hearing, incredible eyesight. They also have a snake-like tongue that's forked like a snake, and they use that to sniff the air to help them detect prey.
The left and right fork of the tongue detect the direction odor particles originate from. If more prey odor particles are detected on the right fork, the lizard knows lunch lies in that direction. Megalania likely used its forked tongue to home in on Diprotodon. Once it had it in its sights, it was just a case of waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Megalania had a good chance of killing the rhino-sized Diprotodon with its jaws alone. But to earn its place among the deadliest predators in history, Fry suspects it had a secret weapon. An extraordinary adaptation that sets it apart from any other creature in our countdown. And the vital clue comes from the closest of all Megalania's living descendants, the Komodo dragon.
In our field research of Komodo dragons, we saw that about 70% of the prey are killed outright. However, another 20% kept bleeding. And over the next 3 hours or so, the Komodo dragons were able to pick up about another 20% of their prey. So that meant that they have an aggregate kill rate of about 90%. This is higher than that of a great white or a lion. This is super predator level of killing. And it's quite odd. We're wondering, why are those animals continuing to bleed? Why isn't the blood clotting? Clearly, there is something else going on.
It's widely believed that Komodo dragons cultivate deadly bacteria in their saliva, encouraging infection. But Fry isn't convinced.
Last time I looked in the mouth of a Komodo dragon, the teeth were white and shiny, and the gums were pink and healthy. They do not culture bacteria in their mouth.
So what was in the bite that was affecting the prey so strangely? To find out, Fry took preserved Komodo dragon heads and scanned them to see what lay beneath the scales. His results revealed something astonishing.
These red and pink compartments is actually a very sophisticated venom gland, so that when the Komodo dragon bites and chews, the venom is forced out into that deep wound. Now that we know that Komodo dragons are venomous, we can infer that Megalania was also venomous.
That makes Megalania the largest venomous creature in history. To investigate how Megalania's venom may have taken effect, Fry extracts the venom from one of its relatives, a lace monitor.
So what we're doing now is that I'm going to gently run my finger along the gland, and then I'll force the venom out of all those spaces.
Since all monitor lizards share the same kind of venom, he could be reasonably sure Megalania's would have worked the same way.
There we go. What we have here is less than 0.1 of a mil. Megalania, however, would be able to fill 4 or 5 of these containers.
Back at the lab, it's time to see what effect the venom has on blood. And in the name of science, Fry's kindly offered up some of his own.
So with blood, when we've taken it out normally, it will form a clot spontaneously once it reaches the air in about 20 minutes.
This clotting process is part of the body's natural defense, without which we bleed to death from the smallest wound. Fry pours 5 milliliters of blood into each bowl and then adds a single drop of venom to one of them. In a normal injury, platelets in the blood, seen here as yellow dots, rush to the site of a wound and form a fibrous plug or clot that halts the bleeding within about 20 minutes.
So a half hour has passed, which is more than enough time for blood clot to form. And with my normal, nice, healthy blood, yeah, my blood's looking really good right there. So it's a nice, big, nasty blood clot. And that meant that a wound would have stopped bleeding. Now, let's look at the venom sample. So in this case, as you can see, it's still liquid. Same amount of time, and if I go to pour it out, if this is a wound, it would have kept on bleeding. There's no clotting going on.
The lizard venom binds to the platelets in the blood and prevents them from forming a fiber plug, resulting in uncontrolled blood loss. As Megalania's venom took hold, the diprotodon would have become weak and confused, slowly bleeding out under the watchful eye of its killer.
With such great blood loss, this would have been an agonizing, awful way for the diprotodon to die.
Through the combination of the teeth as the primary weapon and the venom there to exaggerate the effects, we anticipate that Megalania would have been one of the most ultimate predators of all time.
Armed with a jaw full of serrated teeth and a gland full of lethal venom, nothing was off this super predator's menu. Megalania hunted diprotodons the size of rhinos, but that's tame compared to what our next predator was hunting. Crocodiles are one of the most terrifying predators on Earth today. But imagine meeting a croc 5 times the weight of this one. A crocodilian so strong and so deadly, it wouldn't hesitate to tackle a 4-ton dinosaur. Meet Deinosuchus.
Well, this is the head of Deinosuchus. It's about 2 meters long. The body itself would run back 10 meters, 11 meters, 35 to 40 feet. So you're looking at a really big creature altogether.
These terrible crocodiles, as the name translates, lived in North America alongside the dinosaurs. And in the Austin Museum in Texas, there's a fossil that reveals even the relatives of T-Rex would have lived in fear of Deinosuchus.
The specimen is a lower leg bone, probably an ankle bone, we call it a metatarsal, from a medium-sized carnivorous dinosaur. What's really amazing about it is that it's covered with bite marks.
From the size and shape of the imprints in the bone, it's clear whose teeth are responsible.
These are the type of bite marks that a blunt tooth, like a crocodilian tooth, imposes. So I'm pretty sure this thing was basically a Deinosuchus chew toy.
To sustain its 10-ton body, Deinosuchus had a massive appetite. Scientists believe this monster croc could consume the mass of 4 horses in a single sitting. And hunted down dinosaurs weighing up to 4 tons. When you lack powerful forelimbs, the key to taking down big prey is big jaws. And boy, did Deinosuchus pack a punch.
The jaws could pierce bones for maybe an inch thick with just the sheer pressure of the jaw clamps. Nothing alive today can put on that kind of pressure with the jaw.
Modern saltwater crocodiles have the strongest bite of any living animal, with a maximum recorded force of 1.5 tons. But it's estimated that the teeth of Deinosuchus came down with up to 150 tons of force. To find out what that sort of crushing power is capable of, biologist Frank Fish has come to this scrapyard in Florida. This is a car crusher, but for today's test, it's going to be the teeth of a Deinosuchus. In this minivan, it's dinosaur prey.
We want to try and replicate what the bite force of a Deinosuchus would be like. How it would actually just grab onto a dinosaur and rip it apart.
Just like the teeth of Deinosuchus, the jaws of the car crusher come down with 150 tons of force. The van is obliterated. And if this is what that force does to metal, what would it do to bone?
Imagine you're a dinosaur and you've just been grabbed by Deinosuchus. This is sort of what would happen to you. There's an immense amount of force, literally crushing any part of the body that the Deinosuchus has hold of.
Armed with these extraordinary jaws, Deinosuchus could crush to death any animal it came across. But when it came to actually eating its prey, it had a problem.
They have a powerful blunt bite crush. The teeth aren't the kind that cut, so they have to use their body's mass to tear limbs off.
Alligators and crocodiles face the same problem when it comes to dismembering prey. But they've evolved an ingenious solution. The death roll. Keepers at this alligator farm can trigger a death roll by getting the animals to try and wrench a hunk of meat off the end of a rope.
What's happening here is the animal is twisting on its prey. The thing about biological tissue is it's not very strong in terms of any twisting or shearing type of motion. Any joints that are made up of ligaments and tendons tend to tear as this animal is rolling with this incredible amount of force.
With each roll, the twisting force in the flesh of the prey increases until it finally tears apart, giving the croc a bite-sized chunk to swallow. It works for modern-day alligators, but could a crocodilian, the weight of 2 elephants, really spin like this? To find out, researchers developed a computer model that could predict the forces a death roll by Deinosuchus would generate.
The model predicts that Deinosuchus could probably produce force from 4 to 5 tons, enough to dismember dinosaurs, which these animals were feeding on.
After clamping its teeth into its prey, with the equivalent weight of 20 grand pianos, Deinosuchus dragged it into the depths and initiated the roll of death.
The sight of a 40-foot crocodilian dragging a 40-foot dinosaur must have been amazing.
These giant crocodilians feasted on 4-ton dinosaurs. But there's one dinosaur even Deinosuchus wouldn't dare mess with. At number 2, you guessed it, the supreme king of the dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hell Creek, Montana. This strange landscape holds a secret. Buried in the rocks is ancient treasure. The skeleton of a T-Rex. Greg Wilson and his team have been carefully excavating it since 2015.
First things that were discovered were pieces of vertebrae, ribs, parts of the pelvis, and then as we dug in, we discovered the back of the skull and traced that forward to the jawbone that had teeth pointing up.
Wilson believes this T-Rex is one of the most complete ever discovered. And clues on the bones raise the possibility that it fell prey to another T-Rex.
On its lower jaw, it does have indications of wounds and injuries through battles with perhaps other T-Rexes.
After 2 years of painstaking work, the dig is almost complete. But it's only when you piece all the bones together that the true terror of T-Rex becomes clear. Paleontologist Eric Snively is one of the many scientists in awe of these giant killers.
Henry Fairfield Osborn, who named T-Rex, wanted to give it a very evocative name, and so he named it Tyrant Lizard King, and it sort of says it all. Here we have a carnivorous animal, the mass of an elephant and the height of a giraffe, just massive and powerful beyond our imagination.
Weighing in at 9 tons, T-Rex was a muscle machine. The lower jaw alone could lift the weight of nearly 10 pickup trucks. And even his tiny-looking arms could bicep curl 400 pounds. This huge brawn enabled T-Rex to take down truly massive prey in the form of a 5-ton Triceratops. Triceratops was strong and heavily armored. Penetrating the 7-foot shield around its head represented a formidable challenge. Except for the teeth of T-Rex.
The teeth of Tyrannosaurus rex are very, very thick. It's not like a scalpel, like a human surgeon or someone like that with a scalpel gingerly cutting through flesh. They were like railroad spikes. They were good for taking a lot of bite force. In fact, some recent research shows that a Tyrannosaurus rex was biting with about 400,000 pounds per square inch.
That's the weight of 400 grand pianos pressing down on the teeth. In fact, it could bite so hard, it would crush its own skull if it weren't for one simple adaptation.
Tyrannosaurs have a unique nose. The bone on the bridge of their snout, called the nasal bone, was fused. So as they bit down, the nasal bone enabled all of the force of the bite to be transmitted to the prey and held everything together to handle the blast of this bite force.
The jaws of T-Rex deliver the strongest bite of any animal to walk the earth. But Snively has identified something about this beast that is even more impressive. Its neck. The clue comes from looking at the necks of birds, T-Rex's closest living descendants.
But like all dinosaurs, this red-tailed hawk here has a very curved S-shaped neck.
Birds of prey use their necks to tear flesh from bone and toss chunks in the air to reposition it for swallowing. Lacking arms that could manipulate prey, Snively infers T-Rex probably did the same thing. And by studying bird necks, he's built a model of T-Rex's neck muscles. And they're huge.
We've learned that T-Rex really did have a proportionally freakishly strong neck.
To find out just how strong, Snively has devised an experiment.
So far, we've simulated the motions of T-Rex on a computer and by physics calculations. Now we're going to see how high it can throw a person.
These bungee cords store elastic energy in much the same way as the tendons in a dinosaur's neck. So by giving them the same tension as T-Rex's neck muscles, we can determine how high it could throw Paul, our 140-pound researcher. The bungee propels Paul 30 feet in the air at 20 miles per hour. This means T-Rex would have also been able to launch prey the weight of a man to the height of a 3-story building.
We have now a pretty accurate simulation of how high a T-Rex could throw an animal the mass of a person.
The head and neck of T-Rex combine to create a zoological superweapon capable of almost unparalleled destruction. And as if their brute force wasn't scary enough, Larry Whitmer suspects these giants were cunning too.
You can look at the skull of T-Rex and see it's just enormous. The feeding apparatus is huge. The muscles that drive the feeding apparatus is huge. What we're really interested in is what's going on inside. What's going on with the brain. With CT scanning, we can look inside and then we can actually 3D print the brain of T-Rex.
It might appear small next to the enormous skull, but the brain is over twice the size we'd expect for a reptile this size.
Some of our dinosaurian friends that we always thought had these tiny brains, we wondered how they can even function, they might have been more capable than we had ever guessed.
So what was T-Rex up to that demanded so much brain power? An extraordinary discovery in 2007 raised a terrifying possibility. 3 Tyrannosaur trackways laid down in mud at the same time.
Why would these 3 animals just be hanging out together? Potentially they were more social animals that were maybe actually acting in a coordinated pack hunting kind of manner, like we see in wolves and lions.
As if one Tyrannosaur wasn't deadly enough, these super predators may have marauded around in packs, using their brains to work together to close in on Triceratops, before dispatching it with their weapon of a skull and neck. The crushing jaws and powerful neck of this potential pack hunter earn it a place at number 2 on our list. It's hard to imagine anything can outdo T-Rex in the terror rankings. But the top spot has yet to be filled. Over nearly 500 million years of deadly predation we've met. The giant scorpions with razors for claws. The terror bird with a beak like an axe. Dunkleosteus, the cannibal killer with self-sharpening jaws. Smilodon, the big cat with daggers for teeth. The sperm whale, still around today, and still battling colossal squid. The pliosaur, with teeth designed to create maximum carnage. Megalania, the giant lizard with a killer ingredient in its venom. Deinosuchus, with jaws that could crush dinosaurs. And T-Rex, maybe smarter than we thought, and even more deadly. So what could possibly outrank those 9 beasts? Imagine the best ever morning out on the water. You're going fishing. The weather forecast is perfect. But it turns out you have company. A visitor from another era. That's how it would be to encounter a megalodon today. The biggest shark and the deadliest predator the world has ever seen. We've reached the very top of history's food chain. Number 1 in our list of the deadliest predators, when judged on the size of their prey. This prehistoric eating machine measured around 55 feet long, roughly twice the distance an Olympic long jumper can cover. It weighed up to 100 tons, heavier than the space shuttle. Megalodon feasted on sharks and whales up to 15 tons, equivalent to 130,000 burgers. about 20 million years ago looked very different from today. There's one place where we know that Megalodon liked to hunt. The swamplands and estuaries of the Georgia coastline have yielded some of the best fossil evidence for this gargantuan beast. Today, an expedition is setting off, looking for Megalodon teeth on the seabed.
Sometimes you find some real nice teeth, sometimes they're broken, sometimes you just find a few.
The spot where he'll dive is a closely guarded secret. Because Megalodon teeth are like sunken treasure, which successful hunters sell to museums and private collectors.
Alright, here we go.
But these aren't easy pickings. You need the courage to venture 70 feet down in strong currents and almost zero visibility.
I won't be able to see anything today. I will have a real powerful light with me, but I might get enhanced visibility at first.
It could be a nerve-wracking wait for those on the surface. Has it been a wasted trip? It turns out there really is treasure down there.
That's an interesting tooth. It's got some probably feeding damage. You know, when the tooth and the serrations are nice, you have these nicks in them. It's probably from when the shark bit down on something like a whale or bone and it chipped away.
Everything about this beast is on a monumental scale.
What we're looking at here are the reconstructed jaws of an adult megalodon. This animal could have been at least 50 feet long, if not longer. There's a good possibility that Megalodon was the top predator that has ever lived.
Its teeth are so perfectly engineered that specimens like this look brand new after maybe 20 million years. The serrated edges are still razor sharp, but they're 5,000 times older than anything found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. No one truly knows exactly what Megalodon looked like because no cartilage, soft tissue, or skin have been preserved. But its teeth resemble those of a great white shark closely enough to make an educated guess.
Because of the similarity in the teeth and their structure, we use these to do things like estimate body size and prey items.
One researcher is taking that a major step further with an extraordinary experiment to calculate the bite strength of a megalodon. And since the last megalodon died around 2 million years ago, he's going to use great whites and then scale up his results. Some of the most heavily shark-infested waters in the world are here, in Mossel Bay, South Africa. The sharks come for just one thing: to feast on the hundreds of seals that breed on this tiny island. Each time one of these Cape fur seals leaves the safety of the rocks, a great white is lurking, ready to make a meal of the little seal. Researcher Ryan Johnson hopes to exploit the shark's hunger for seal meat to precisely measure the power of their jaws.
Here's the bite meter, which is a really simple system. It's just a load cell, which measures the force, and it comes back along this cable to the display unit. And you can see in kilograms or in pounds the bite force. Now the trick is, we're going to slide it into this
protective sheath that resembles a seal. Slide it right in there. Tie it all up, and then the shark will come in and bite this, and we'll get the reading straight away.
To get the shark circling, they drag a piece of bait, the head of a tuna fish. And these are definitely some hungry sharks.
You can see she's going to go for that bite meat as soon as we get it in there. I'm going to start getting it ready, eh, Justin? So let's go, let's get this thing on.
At first, the great whites still seem more interested in the bait. Will they really be fooled by the dummy seal?
Oh, yeah. Have a nibble.
Here we go. Oh my goodness.
The meter records 450 pounds of bite force from a still growing great white measuring 14 feet long. Using that data, the team calculate that a partly grown megalodon, 30 feet long, could have exerted 7,000 pounds of bite force, or 3.5 tons.
The most I've ever recorded with the great white shark bite force is about 700 pounds, just under. If you look at what's been published with the megalodon, you're talking about 40,000 pounds of bite force. 60 times the bite force of that is what a megalodon could evict. You know, by our calculations, and that, you know, crazy stuff.
If Megalodon also used one of the great white's favorite hunting techniques, it would have been an incredible sight. When the sharks spot a seal up on the surface, they approach at high speed from below, the seal's blind spot, and often rise clear of the waves as they tear into their prey. So imagine our 100-ton super predator who sighted its next meal and is just waiting for the moment to strike. This peaceful morning on the ocean could get a little less peaceful at any moment. So there it is, Megalodon. Experts say it was capable of taking out whales, anything up to 15 tons. And so it takes the top spot in the lineup of the deadliest predators that have ever lived. One question remains though. How is it that these fearsome predators all died out? Leaving just the sperm whale alive today. Experts cite what are called extinction events. 5 cataclysmic changes in the Earth's climate or geography over the last half-billion years. Which proves that even if you're the biggest and baddest on the block, you may reign supreme for millions of years. But once your time is up, you're history.
robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. You can call us Autobots, my first lieutenant. Designation Jazz. This looks like a cool place to keep it. We've learned Earth's languages through the World Wide Web. My weapons specialist, Ironhide. Feeling lucky. How could we see Ironhide? Just want to screw my plans. Our medical officer, Ratchet. The boys know. He suggest he wants to name. You already know your guardian, Bumblebee. Local process and still working on it. We are here looking for the Allspark, and we must find it before Megatron. Our planet was once a powerful empire. Peaceful, just. Until we were betrayed by Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. All who defied them were destroyed. Our war finally consumed the planet. The Allspark was lost in the stars. Megatron followed it to Earth. When Captain Windward found him, it was an accident that intertwined our fates. Megatron crash-landed before he could retrieve the cube. He accidentally activated his navigation system. The coordinates to the cube's location on Earth were imprinted on his glasses. eBay.
If the Decepticons find the Allspark, they'll use its power to transform Earth's machines and build a new army.
And the human race would be extinguished. Sam, you hold the key to Earth's survival.
accepted its reward. A new world to call home. We live among its people now, hiding in plain sight, but watching over them in secret, waiting, protecting. I have witnessed their capacity for courage, and though we are worlds apart, like us, there's more to them than meets the eye. I am Optimus Prime, and I send this message to any surviving Autobots.